Oh, ladies and gentlemen, how are you all doing? You can see Discord's messed up the thumbnails again, as it always do. How are you? I'm back, and I forgot. You know what I forgot? I forgot to turn on all the lights back here. Give me a second here. Look at that! Ta-da! Looks much better, doesn't it? Thank you, Sirius. Yeah, we just arrived back today, actually, and I was sitting and I've been making like, oh, I want to do this and this thing when I come back in terms of videos. And one of the bigger projects that I want to do is I have this thing I want to build, No Man's Sky, and I was sitting actually just casually starting the build process, and I thought, you know what? I haven't been posting anything, no live streams, no videos for like 2 weeks, and I have this whole next week off as well, so I'm just gonna go and get some live streams out. There's gonna be videos as usual. I have a sneaky suspicion that the video on Wednesday is gonna be something related to whatever happens in Elite tomorrow. If it is at all exciting, Frontier is at least making a very big fuss of it, so I think they have something planned. Oh, we'll see. But regardless, tonight is No Man's Sky, and we are going to be building a game, a multiplayer game, inside No Man's Sky. Well, let me show you. Let's just jump in game and we'll start, and I'll tell you. Well, you see. I'm going to be building a working tic-tac-toe game. And as you can see, I've already set up the board. I built that out of light-up cubes. I've been running, I have this panel out here. I'm going to use that as basically like a distribution panel for distributing power up to the display up here. But other than that, this is going to be the game board. This is going to be where people are going to be playing. So the idea is you press that button if it's your turn, and then it will light up either with an X or a circle up in that corner. And these lamps here will indicate which player goes first. Simple as that. So, maybe I should show you what else I've done. I have built a basement underneath it. This is going to be the engine room down here. My plan is to just put down like walls. There's going to be a wall like there. Maybe make them too wide. So I don't know how much room I'm going to need. But basically, I put down walls. I'm going to put circuitry up on here. And then they can run down to the next wall, and to the next wall, and to the next wall. And then we can go and they can give us some space. They can run backwards to the next one. And they can kind of go up and down like that. Or maybe, I don't know. I'll figure that out how I'm going to lay it out. But the idea is just to put up walls where I can put down circuitry. And then we'll just run like that. I don't even know if I'm going to need all the room in here, but we'll see. So, one of the first things I want to do is I want to have like a initialization. So the idea is you have this one here that turns the game off, and you can turn it on. When we turn the game on, I want to be able to basically reset the game, so it should make sure all these cells are turned off, so that the game should go back to its initial state. But it should also set like who is the first player, right? It should say now player 1 over here can go play. So we need basically something that's like an initialization pulse, something that just turns on then off when power is sent to it. So does that make sense? I don't know. I'll try to explain what it is I'm trying to do here. So if we just steal some power from this one here, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to try to build something that when power is turned on, this lamp here will flash once. That's going to be the first circuit I'm going to build. Something that's going to make this lamp flash once when I turn power on, even though power is on continuously. So there's going to be something with like, we're going to have to put like an inverter in somewhere in this circuit. But we can't just put an inverter in. That was the first thing I thought was, hey, just like put in an inverter, like put that over there, and then when it is on, just turn itself off. But the problem is that it kind of like, yeah, you can see that it kind of like, yeah. That's not gonna work. So my idea, so what I think we're gonna need, and my idea for this was, if we just delete this again, but that's just gonna be flashing, is we're gonna need something that keeps itself turned on when power is supplied to it. And I think what we can do is basically take like a normal switch, and if we put power into that, let me think. So it needs something that when power is... Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna... I need something that's gonna keep this thing turned off. So if this one is off... So if off and on... I need to build like... You go away. So if this one is on... and this one is on... it needs to turn it off. But if this one is off... if this one is off, it needs to turn it off as well. Any good ideas? Could we do something with like a... I hope it makes sense what it is I'm trying to do here. So that one's always... What if we have... So hold on. If the power side is off, then nothing is going to be on, because that's where the power is coming from. So that one's always... then nothing's going to work, because that's going to be the one that drives power through it, right? What if we also treat it like a signal? So both power and signal. So if on and on, I need to draw this. Like, let me do this on screen so you guys can see this as well. It's a little bit more fun that way. Spreadsheets. Oh, it's on the other screen. Give me a second. We need a spreadsheet. It is spreadsheet time. There's my spreadsheet. Okay, so basically what we need is we have the power side up here. We can have power on or we can power off, right? And we can have the lamp can be on and the lamp can be off. So if the power is off, then what we wanted to output is false and false. Because if the power is off, lamp should always be off. But if the power is on and the lamp is off, then it needs to output true. No. Then it needs to output false. Only here does need to output true. If both is on, then it needs to... Oh, no, that doesn't work, because then the lamp goes off. We can maybe do that with a delay. So basically... Basically, we just need to be the basic input. But that does not... we're gonna need a delay. Oh, right, we're gonna build... I got it now. I got it. So, okay, let's just delete that and let's put it like this. And then we're gonna say... so power goes in, power turns itself on, and power turns that off. Okay, so now what we should see, if we turn this one off, the lamp is off. The moment I turn this one on, yeah, did you see that? That worked. So this one just adds a small delay, so that signal just delays it by 1 second. So it means I turn it on, I get the pulse, and it turns itself off again immediately. Perfect. That's our first circuit. That's what's going to be our reset pulse, basically. So now we have built the prototype. We can just go down and build it in the basement. We already have a power line here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this power line and I'm going to run it like, how big is this wall? Going to run it over here. And I'm going to run it up the wall like so. And then we're going to build the same circuit here as we just did above on our little test stand. So we're going to have a delay circuit, and we're gonna have that feed into that like so. That means this one delays itself, and that then turns that off, but the power also goes in here, and then we have the pulse. The reset pulse is going to be there. So that's our reset pulse. Let's just check that it works. Gonna run this up here, just temporarily power that lamp with it. So we should turn this one off. That works. Okay, so that's our reset pulse that we can use to reset the game if we need to, or also to set the game, because we need to set a pulse that says here's the first player. Okay, so that works. Now we need to build the circuit. Let's just keep testing up here, actually. It's a nice weather here on this planet, so let's put this down. Okay, so now we need a circuit where when we're gonna get a pulse every time a player makes a move. Why? Power management switch. Oh, we're limited to... okay, we can only have 10 of these per base for some reason. So I can't put down more of these. Okay. Okay. Then I'm just gonna use a switch. Where power's gonna come in on one side. Okay, and let's just turn these off, like so. Okay, so we're gonna need a circuit where if one player makes a move, then it gives the turn to the other player, right? So each player is gonna have like a thing that's gonna be on continuously. So I need a lamp. So we're gonna have like a lamp for player 1 and a lamp for player 2, right? Okay, so initially we're gonna need to have that like it's players 1's turn. Okay, that means there's power out here. And when it's players 2 turn, no, then when player 1 makes a move, they turn their own lamp off. Oh, could we just... Hold on. Could we just do like 2 inverters? Like inverter. Inverter. Hey, John. So remember, these are not going to be continuous. These are going to be pulses that's going to come in because it's going to be a pulse when they click the button here, which is going to be a momentary thing, right? These buttons are momentary toggle switches. So you can see they turn on and then off again immediately. Switch direct and same switch to inverter. Yeah, but don't remember this, even though it's a switch here, it's gonna be a pulse. So just like over here, it's gonna be one of these basically. It turns on and then off, but it needs to keep the player's lights on permanently. Right? So basically, we're gonna have like power going in here and here. Right? And that when is that power allowed to flow through? Right now, it's always flowing through. That's not true. Yeah, latch. Hold on. What if I... So... this should kind of be a basic latch, shouldn't it? Like, if this one is now on, it will turn the other one off. Now we can only have that one is on. We can, of course, turn everything off. And then they blink. Fuck. That's not what I wanted. Oh, oops. Bit aggressively on the deletes. Not deleted lamps and everything. Okay, let's start in a different place here. Let's start by saying we're gonna build a basic circuit that can keep itself on after the pulse has disappeared, right? You know what? I'm just gonna draw some power to this so that we can actually use these switches here as kind of test subjects. So let's just go ahead. There we go. Because that means now when we turn this one on, there's going to be power to at least one side of this. And we can use these switches here. So if we just build a simple circuit that can keep itself powered on, those are quite simple. We just put down one of these. And they're going to have permanent power in. Power goes out to the lamp, but power also goes back to itself, like so. So that means once we send a pulse, if this is player 1, if we send a pulse from player 1, it's going to turn off, turn on, and then stay on. Now we can't have the flow back like that. That's no good. We can't have flow back on the power wire, on the signal wire. So that means, well, you can see now, even after I deleted that wire, it still keeps itself on. Oh, okay, wait, then just hold on. Okay, what if we do this? We're going to have an input. That's going to be the signal input. Then we're going to have a... We're going to have the keep it alive circuit. And we're going to have a disruption circuit here. Okay. So power goes into the signal. And that thing goes up to the lamp. That thing goes up, goes down to itself, and it gets power from there, like so. We also have permanent power into the disable circuit that also powers that thing there. Then this thing, which is player 1, is connected to the signal from player 2. And then we built the same thing underneath here. And I'm going to make it more pretty when we make it underneath for real. So same deal here. That goes there. That goes there. This signal here goes to player 1. This one outputs to the lamp. And it also outputs up and to that one, like so. And this one powers through here. What it's also going to do is it's also going to say... when this one is on, that one's off. And when... Oh, okay, so apart from the fact that I messed up my power wires here. Okay, I think this should be good. All we need now is the set pulse. So initially, when the game starts, we use that pulse we just generated before to say we are setting circuit 1. So now this player's 1's turn. And if player 2 makes a move now, nothing happens. Player 2 tries to move, nothing happens. Player 2 tries to move, nothing happened. Player 1 makes a move, because it's player 1's turn, and it switches over to player 2. Now, if player 1 makes another move, nothing happened. But if player 2 makes a move, everything turns off. Why? Set the pulse for player 1. Player 1 is now alive, and player 2 is not. So player 1 makes a move. So what happens here? There's a bug. Set pulse. So when I send a signal in here, power flows here. Power flows here. Turns that one off. I think I know what's wrong. So I think the problem is that this one, because the signal, remember, it moves through one element at a time. So the signal, when this one turns on, turns this one off, turns this one off. It takes like an extra click, an extra turn to turn that one off. And that means that by the time this one is off, this one has not yet had its power, and it can't get powered up. That means we need to delay the signal a little bit. Which signal do we need to delay? We need to delay... Okay, hold on. Dunkel Aura has a link. Dunkel Aura has a link. Design what? This link. Demi multiplexer. Design 2A. Okay. No, I still need 2 signals, Dunkel. I still need 2 signals. Right? Because I need a signal. I need a signal from player 1 and a signal from player 2. And when one player makes a move, the other player should then get the power. I think the one you showed only has... It has power and a signal, right? Input is on player 1. Output. Oh, you need to make this twice. Is that what you're saying? Let me just try to get the link over here on the other screen, so that let me just get go to the camera here. I'll see if I can get it over here on this screen too. Just one input and 2 output signals. Yeah, but I need two inputs, 2 outputs. A multiplexer, MUX for short, is used to select a single signal from multiple inputs. DMUX for short is used to select a specific output path for a signal input. So if signal and remember, I'm dealing with pulses here too, and not continuous signals. Can I get away with this somehow? Can I get the signal? So what is it I'm saying? I'm saying that, yes, I only get, you can see when I press this button here, I get a pulse. There we go. 1 tick, pulse on, pulse off, and then it needs to flip, flop, flip, flop. And needs to stay in that other position. No switch that keep a stable state, because I can't use switches. Oh, you're saying I should make these into switches, but then people have to go and turn all these switches off. Then what I don't like is that then the player has to go and toggle all the switches back to their original position before they can play again. I like that they can just go, like, turn power off and turn power on, and then they can, like, reset the game and they can play again. Hey, Papa, we're trying to build a tic-tac-toe game inside No Man's Sky. But the problem, as I said, is that the signal that will come down there is not fast enough. Oh, hold on. Let me just try something here. I'm not sure if this is going to work. It might not. So what if I just set, like, away with that one and away with that one? and then set... Oh, we don't see it. Oops. Sorry, I forgot to swap screen. What I'm trying to see here, what would happen if I just... Like, initialize it. And now it's player 1, and if I'm player 1, and player 1 is going to turn the second signal on, and player 2 is going to turn the first signal on. Yeah, there's some feedback there, but we can deal with that in a second. Let's just see if this works. So right now it's player's 1 turn. Player 1 makes a move. We have the same issue as before. Yeah, feedback is easy to deal with. That's something we can do. But I think we have a timing issue again, right? Because when I initialize it there, and it's player 1, then player 1 sends the signal down here, that turns that off. But why is it not kept? Is it because it doesn't turn this one off quickly enough? Oh, I know what we do. We just flip it. I'm gonna clean this one up. Hold on. Here's what we do. Flip it around. So we just say there, 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 there. Okay, so power goes into the switches. It runs into this one, which feeds back on itself, right? Into this one, and it feeds back on itself. Initialization pulse, power output. What happened there? How? What? Oh. Don't do that. It's not what I wanted. And again, we're going to have some feedback problems. We're going to deal with the feedbacks in a second. So we have this, basically, right? That means now if I make the initial set, that thing is on. And now we say player 1 initiates player 2, and player 2 is initiated by player 1 is initiated by player 2. So that means right now it is player 1 because we have the top lab. And if player 1 does something now, if player 2 does try to do something outside his turn, nothing happens. You can see the signal doesn't, doesn't do anything, right? But if player 1 makes a move, it turns it on. Oh, right. They need to turn each other off, of course. Give me just one moment. Obviously, they need to go and say, like, when this one goes on, this one goes off, and vice versa, like so, cross it over like so, right? So that when we power this thing on again, yoink, we make the initial set. player 1's turn. Player 2 makes a move. Yes. Player 2 makes a... That does the nothing. Player 1 makes a move. And everything fucking turns on again. Oh! This is so frustrating. Why did it do that? Let's reset it. No, I didn't get any power. Hold on. So when player 1 there, then he cuts power to 2. That's allow power to flow. That's allow power to flow. That cuts that line correctly. That should, but that, oh, we need a buffer. We need an input delay. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna need an input delay. So this one is going for player 2. Player 1 is down here. Okay. So he immediately, no, delayed, we need the signal that turns on. Delayed, we need the signal that turns on. But immediately we need the signal that does what? You know what? Those cuts there, they don't need to be permanent. Oh, is this enough? Did I mess up? Did I mess up? Can I just go... You turn that one on, that one off? That one on, that one's off? Surely not. Oh. Why didn't it... It should kill it. Oh, right, because the delay is only 1 pulse. We can't delay it. I hate my life. But the idea is still valid. Like, what happens if player 1... and simultaneously also turns off. We have tried this before, haven't we? Yeah, we have. Oh, this is not easy. I thought this would be easy because it's very similar to one of the things I built in the clock. But... We also tried to just cut power to the whole circuit. That didn't work either. But if it cuts power... I'm gonna try to go back to the opposite way as we had before. I think that's a better solution. I don't have a drawn schematic. I'm making this up as we go. I'm gonna try to go back to that old one as we had before, where we have one there and one there, and these basically keep themselves alive, and then you just get power in through an inverter. So like power through an inverter and power through an inverter. And the set pulse then sets it like so, right? So that means right now I can set the pulse. Number 1 turns on and number 1 stays on. Screw the feedback. Well, that's okay. We'll figure that out later. So now that we have set the make, just so we're not going to mess the things up, we're just going to say yada yada yada. We did the set thing, and we've now set it, and lamp 1 is now on, the way we want it to. Good. Actually, you know what? Let's just be good to ourselves here, and let's do this the right way. So that's going to go in as a signal. We're going to get power, and power is going to do the set. So there we go. Now there's no feedback. But then basically, when this one turns on, this one's going to turn off. Boop. And when this one turns on, this one's going to go off like so. And all the signal is doing now is going to say player 2 is going to turn on player 1. Player 1 is going to turn on player 2. So now when player 1 makes a move, why? 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 Because there were power. Why doesn't it keep itself on? Can you guys explain this to me? This circuit down here. When I press that button, it sends power there. That should send power through. That should turn that circuit on. Send power through. That should then come up and turn itself on again. Look at that. The lamp actually turns on. Oh, but now it stays on. As it should. Because the other one doesn't turn off fast enough. It's the same issue. The problem is, yes, this one turns on, but we had the set pulse here. What if these were not controlled whether the one is on or off, but what if these were controlled by the pulses themselves? So, like... while it's at it, it turns that one off. But that is the same thing, isn't it? It is the same thing. Yes, it is. I'm just running in circles right now. Okay, this stuff here we do need. But we're not getting the signal. That one's not turning off fast enough. This was not turning off fast enough. Thinking. Is it, what are these switches called? Like, oh, No Man's Sky flip-flop. 1-bit storage. Is that it? This page dedicated to circuits that have their output as a function of their input. So what, it has power here. That looks like permanent power. And then you have signal 1, signal 2. Middle is clock. Middle is clock. Middle is clock. What does it mean with that? So that's a clock pulse. So hold on, let's see. Right now, player 1 is online. If player 1, if the signal comes in here, then we have power flow here. Let's imagine we have power flow here. It turns off this latch. That will mean no power here. Oh, but this one assumes permanent power up here. So signal goes in, boom, 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 power, boom. We can use this back end here, right? Because that's pretty good. That thing there is what we need. That's the main part of the latch. Let's try to replicate that. Okay, so this circuit here means that now only one or the other can be on. Like, no matter what. Only one or the other, or none of them, obviously. But we can only have one that is now on. And it just needs to have a constant supply of power there. Then this one will be on. Turn that one off. And we can have a constant supply of power here. So that's where we need the second inverters, just like they had. Let's put a second inverter in. And this is where we have the signal. So this one's going to be turned off by player 1's actions. Player 1's going to turn their own lamp off. And player 2 is going to turn their own lamp off. So now, let's just try it. I don't think it's working yet, but it's just for good measures. Reset it correctly. We got blinking lights. Right. Okay. I'm going to delete that wire there for just a second. And we're going to put the wire back in. And they're blinking in. Try the full of what's on the page. Okay, let's just replicate what they had on the page. And let's see what happens. So what do? They build... Okay. Start with that. They basically said... Oh, there we go. So power to lamp, but their power also crossed over to each other's like so. Yes. And then this one went into that one. This one went into that one. And they have them like that. And then this one goes there. This one goes there. This one goes there. This one goes there. And they had some power running. They had some power running, yes. They had power running there and there. And they had power running there and... Nope, 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 that's not it. And there. And then they had 3 switches. And I guess 3 switches all have power. Do that. Okay, so power is running. And then let's just go ahead and toggle these off. Oh, right. Middle. Yeah, but I don't know. That's a pulse signal. That's okay. We'll figure that out, how that works afterwards. Then this one was connected there. This one there. And this one there. And there. So basically, I think if this one is on, and we then pulse this, yeah, so now it's swapped over to player 1. Now you can see if I then swap this over to player, so now player 1 has made their action. It gets over to player 2. So we're kind of getting somewhere right now. We can build off this. What if this is constantly on? And then... that stays on. Hold on, what happens if we... Let's just... cut that wire. Move that. It's so annoying it deletes the wires too when you do this. What happens if we place that input there with, say, this one is supposed to be player 1? I can't remember. We might have to swap it around. Let's see what happens here. I'll put signal wires in here. Let's see what happens now. If I press this button here, and it goes blinking because it's not a permanent thing. It just goes, no, game's not working. But okay, wait, we can deal with this. We can work with this. We're getting somewhere now. It's not quite there, but we just need to rethink the start of this. So let's just like go or get away with this. There we go. Like that section there I can use, right? And what I need now is just I need a thing that will keep itself on forever. Just basically converting a pulse into a permanent signal. I've done that before. That's easy. And then I need something that's gonna turn it off. How are we gonna do that? Let's just put it like this. Like so. Okay. So if I go and say, you get power, and you get power, and same deal up here. You get power, and you get power. Okay. Like so. And now I say, what? I say if this player is on, if this player's on, this player's off. This player's on. This player's off. And this player's on. Okay, this is not pretty. But bear with me here as we're testing it. Oh no, this is all wrong. Hold on. No, oops. Did it again. I put these on here, right? And then in here I build those, you know, keep yourself alive circuits. And I know it's blinking right now. Okay, if I turn this one on. And then I need a set pulse. Let's just quickly build the set pulse again. Okay. So now we set it. And we only have one player. I'm thinking here. So player 1 is going to turn on player 2. And player 1 is also going to turn off itself. And player 2 will be turning on the power on player 1 and will be turning off the power on itself. So right now it's player's 2 turn. And if player 2 tries to make a move now, nothing happens as it should, right? It's still... Oh, sorry. Did I swip them around? Fuck. Oh, this is so frustrating. Gotta start fresh. Come on. It would swap... That one swaps outputs. Thinking. What if I took the circuit? Do I still have the drawing from the circuit? Hold on. Let's just try to make sure. Maybe we can repurpose that. I'm just gonna give myself a little bit more room to play with here. Now we have way more room. We can do this. Okay, like that. I can't remember how that circuit looked. Let me go back and check it. And I'm gonna draw it so we can try to... I'm gonna try to use one of the circuits I used on my clock and see if we can repurpose that. Okay, so hold on. Just gonna quickly draw this circuit because this might actually be useful. And then what we have power going there and there. This one connecting there. And this is the output signal. I'm just drawing this circuit right now. Okay, let's go back and let's try. And let's try to build this and see if we can maybe repurpose this somehow. This should be doable. Tic-tac-toe. Okay, I'm just gonna build these circuits real quick. Is the game board the side towards the logic board or the other side? It would look messy and unplayable if you're walking amongst all the wiring. No, okay, Colin. So this is just me testing. All the final circuits will be down here in the basement. Because he already built the first circuit, like a very simple one we made in the beginning of the live stream. But all the circuits will go down here. So there will be no wires on top. It's all gonna be down here. But I just like to build it, like to do test things up here. Because it's easier when I have direct access to the buttons and stuff like that. I don't have to route that all around just to figure out that I don't need it. So I do all my testing up top side. Once we have a finished working circuit, I replicate it in the basement and implement it. And it's nicer for the live stream to have daylight so we can see what we're doing. It's just better up here when we're testing. And as soon as it's working, we're moving it down. Down below. We're building tic-tac-toe. You can see we got the game board running. We're currently building some kind of isolation system for the player selection. So we only have one player. Like, so player 2 can't go in and just like, oh, like we know which player is basically playing, when they should do a tick or like an X on a circle or what it should do, right? Okay, let's get this thing wired up real quick. That should be easy. We're just gonna take that power wire there and make that a more appropriate length. We're gonna need a power wire there. We're gonna need a power wire there. We're gonna need power there and power there. So similarly down here, we're gonna need power there. We're gonna need power there. This one's gonna go over there. And Is that right? Let's just continue, see what happens. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, okay, it is right. It's just why do I have so many inputs? But obviously I have a lot of inputs. You go there, there, and there, and there, and there. They're identical now. They look just about identical. Okay, so the idea is that if this one is on, it should turn this one off. And you know what? I'm going to do this in a more pretty way. If this one is on, turn that one off. If this one is on, turn that one off. Cookie. Nice. So that one goes on, that one goes off. And this one is only allowed to turn on when the previous one is on. We can begin to cut. There are some redundant things here that we don't need. And these are then the signal ports. So that means this one should turn on when player 1 makes a move, and when player 2 makes a move, that one should turn on. So I usually try to keep my friends list in Elite relatively on a, like, who needs to have access, mainly because, like, not the player group, but just because people have in the past used the fact that I'm on their friend list to track what I'm doing in game. And it has caused some problems, so I usually try to keep it relatively on a neat, as short as possible, if that makes sense. Okay, let me see here. We need a set pulse as well. I'm just gonna make a quick dirty set pulse here. I know this is actually why I'm a mess right now. Like, bear with me. I'm gonna make it pretty. Okay, so if I make this right, this should turn on player 1. Yes, and player 1 stays on. Nice. So now, if player 1 makes a move... God. Fucking damn it. Didn't work. Okay, I'm gonna keep this, but I'm just gonna start up a new test wall so we can test some more. Because... Okay, I'm gonna try to use the tactic I've had success when I was deciding things for the clock that I had used in the past that gave me some success. I'm just gonna pretend that we have a working circuit, right? So I'm just gonna say circuit is now working, and these are the two outputs that comes out of it, right? So this one is on if player 1 is active, this one is on if player 2 is active. I'm just gonna imagine we have those outputs available. And then we're gonna try to design it backwards, basically. I know it sounds weird, but sometimes that's easier. So if we have... So basically, if player one is, if it's player one's turn and player one makes a move, right? Player one should only be allowed to make a move if it's their turn, right? So we just put that one in there. And then we can say like so. So this one is then connected up to player one. And we make a similar one down here for player two. So again, what am I doing here? Oh, this is wrong. This is supposed to be there to make sense to me. Yes. Okay. So like there, and this one goes over to player two. So now we can just say, so now we have, but we only have the pulse coming in. So now we just need to say that pulse needs to be converted into like, into a permanent thing. So we're gonna go and put these like signal. We've done these a million times. That converts a signal. No, hold on. Again, I know this is like wire-wise an absolute mess. Bear with me. Right, so it takes, let's put on our lamps, right? Lamp 1, lamp 2, and then this one should then say, if this one goes on, goes there, this one's on, goes there, but it should also keep itself alive like so. And you need to keep yourself alive like so, and it's gonna turn on the signal like so. That's gonna power that one on, and that's gonna power that one on. So now we have this circuit here. This means this circuit should quite simply say, let's just imagine that if we already have a set thing over there, I'm gonna delete that then. X. I'm gonna move it over here. And we're gonna imagine that we have just set the power. This is our set pulse. So we started up, we initialized it. There we go. It's now initialized, which is great. And it's player one's turn, and player one oh no, we need to wire this up differently. Hold on. Obviously, if it's player one that's active, then if player one is active, then player two is allowed to move. But if player two is active, player one is allowed to move, like so. So you can see now, if player one makes a move while it's his turn, oh right, they need to turn each other. They don't need to turn themselves on, of course. So you go to player two, and you go to player one. So now you can see player two is player one is active. Player one is active. And if player one tries to make a move, player two becomes active. But now it just needs to make sure that it also turns off the other player. I'm gonna, for my own sanity's sake, just put the initialization pulse down here on the floor. So instead of going straight to the lamps, it goes through that, basically that inverter we built over here before with the like double inverters. This right? I don't know if it is. Let's try it. Delete that wire, that wire. And instead it goes straight through and back. Straight through and back to the signal. And then from there it moves on to that and moves on to that. And that turns that one off and that turns that one off. Okay. Let's try set pulse. Set 1. Nice. So far so good. And if player 2 tries to make a move while it's not player 2 turn, nothing happens because they're blocked here. Because player 1 is active. No, hold on. This is still wrong. This is wrong. Fuck. 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 Delete it. Why? Deletes too much. Stop it. I hate this. Put the wall back. How did it put the wall there? Wait, I don't get this. Screw this. Yeah, we need control set. Absolutely do. Oh my god. I kind of have tried to map this out in my head, see if I could like make up a quick idea of how it worked. And I thought, it shouldn't be too difficult to build. Famous last words, I guess. Okay, let's try this again. This one goes there, up and back into itself. There, and back into itself. And it powers on the lamp. And they also power each other off. Nah, I really want to get some time in on building this. I really want to get this circuit running. And then the only other thing that I needed that I accidentally deleted was the little input thing. So that we have permanent power here, I guess. And if player 1 is active, we are allowing signals into the second circuit. If player 2 is active, we are allowing signals into the first circuit. Turn that one player off. And build the little initialization thing. That's going to initialize player 1. We're initializing. That didn't work. I can, if I turn player. Oh, what if we then connect it up like this? And then have main power in like this. Now we should be able to initialize player 1. Yeah, now we can initialize player 1. That means player 1 is active like this. What? Huh. Hold on. Did I accidentally just make it? Give it. Hold on a second. So this one goes off. If this one is off, this one goes to player 1. This one goes to player 2. There's a 50-50 chance I got this right. Hold on. So we are now initialized. Hold on. Let's just reset the circuit. Reset the circuit. No, not click the button. Reset the circuit. Okay. Circuit is reset. Nothing is on. Initialize player 1. Player 1 initialized. Player 1 makes a move. Fuck, again! Ugh, I'm so tired of this. Yeah, because it needs to be permanent. Is it delays again? So what happens? Player 1 sends power in here. And that power goes in. It turns on here. Power flows through here. But it cannot complete the circuit because this one does not turn off quick enough. Why does that turn off quick enough? Because this one only turns off. What if we speed this up a bit? Could we speed it up by just deleting that wire and that wire? And then say, when you turn on player 1, you also turn off player 2 and cross that over like so. Is that faster? Player 1 makes a move. And player 2 is active. Okay, what if player 1 tries to make a move out of their turn? Nothing happens. Got it. I got it. Look at that. And now player 2 makes a move. And it is switched over to player 1, and it happens pretty much instantaneously. Yes! We got it. I got it. Okay. So this was the startup pulse we have here. We're gonna need a circuit now. I actually should have made that first. But we're gonna keep this. I'm gonna go and save. There we go. We're saved. Okay, so that circuit there is working. That's the player selection circuit. We don't need this circuit over here anymore. So we can go and delete this. Okay. What we need, because the input here is just that player 1 makes a move. So how do we know player 1 makes a move? We know player 1 makes a move because it's player 1 turn. So we need basically a circuit that says if any of these buttons are turned, are pressed, right? So if we just, there we go. We need to have like a pulse. It just needs to be a pulse, not a permanent thing, just a pulse, which is the easiest. So just a pulse that says if any of these are pressed, just one of them is pressed, then this light should flash. Just turn on and off. Just on, off, okay? But there can't be no feedback. So we're basically gonna have to go and say, this should be easy. So basically just gonna go and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whoops, 7, 8, or 9. And then we're just gonna go and say, I'm gonna run power to all the switches in a nice, neat fashion. There we go. And the output, I'm gonna connect all the output together as well. And that's going to go to the lamp. And now all the signals just need to go from here to here, from here to there, from there to there, there. And this is just a big wiring job, basically. There we go. So if I did this right, if I press any button, light will flash. If I press any button, light will flash. Any button, light will flash. Okay, that works. Okay, so we need to build this one first, and we need to find a way to basically draw these lines into the power grid in a pretty fashion. So I think that's going to be move number one, is to get these power lines into the basement, which should not be too difficult, because I should be able to take a button, and then can I like, yeah, I could just go down to this wall here and then say, like, you sit there. Is that gonna work? Let's put up the wall, actually. Just run the wires while we're at it. So put up the wall here. This wall is gonna need power. Gonna run a power wire to it. And we're gonna just quickly build exactly as we did above. I'm gonna run out of cobalt. Yeah, about, oh, I need ionized cobalt. Hold on. I think I have some spare cobalt somewhere. Yeah, I have spare cobalt. Yeah, so I could use a wire cloaking device, but not while I'm building. But I'm actually considering, like, I want to keep it on because I want this to be a place people can visit. And I think it's fun that people can go into the basement and they can see all the wires as they're running down here. So what I think I'll do, actually, just to keep the wiring neat, is to have like wires like this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can do this in a better way. Hold on. There are better ways to do this. I need to be a little bit more conservative with my space here, because I don't know how much space I'm going to need. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a... I don't have that, so I'm going to be like a narrow wall. Let's just build it there. That's actually fine. Can we have the wall in the middle? Okay, I guess we're gonna have it here then. There we go. And that's gonna be where we're gonna draw that from. Oh, we can delete this. This was pretty easy to build, so this one we don't need as a blueprint anymore. Because I need that cobalt. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna do here, just to keep the wiring like semi-neat, is I'm gonna put a wire from there to there, there. I'm gonna need a free camera here. Was that all 9 wires? Yeah, apart from the fact that I crossed some of them over. Yeah, I messed that up. Nice. Well done, Astro. Did I cross these wires too? No, they look okay on top. Okay. There we go. So now here we just need to go and... Wow, this is going to be relatively tight here on the wires, but that's okay. Need to supply power to one side of the switches. Nope, that's still good. Don't want to attach on that wire. I want to go supply power here, here, and here. All of these outputs going to be connected together. And then here we are going to have our like button is pressed. So this is our initialization pulse. It's the first one. Second one is going to be a button has been pressed. Pulse. And on this wall here, we're just going to have basically the individual ones are being pressed. So we know which one is being pressed. We have one wire here that shows that the system is powering on. This is just a pulse that powers on the signal. And this one just is a pulse that says any button has been pressed. And we're going to need a circuit also says player 1, player 2. So now we just need these routed up to the buttons above. And I think to make my life a little easier, I'm gonna remove a wall so I can swoop in and out here, because you can't free camera through a wall, and it's super dark and nobody can see a thing, so bear with me. So this one, see, I could, like, the easy thing would be just to you know, routed up like that. But that's not very pretty, having all the wires coming up through the floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically position these on this wall, approximately where they need to be. So I'll position these like there, and then I'll go up there. Second one here goes there, and then to there, there, to there, and to there. Oh, should have picked up a, oh well. And the top center one. Top center. Go. I think I'm just missing this one. Yeah. Okay. Now, just to check that this circuit is actually working, gotta put a random cube down. And I'm gonna connect that up to there. Look at this. It's a bit of a mess down here, but it should look pretty neat on top. I mean, there are obviously still wires running over to that one, but forget about that. But this is okay, I think. Why does this one have 2 coming out of it? It's... It should not have 2. Oh well. Let's try to press it, see what happens. Cube blinks. Cube blinks. Cube blinks. So that seems to work as I wanted it to. I am just going to delete... That's just going to delete... that and that. And then just rerun this. To there. Ah, serious, this is nothing. I'll show you a lot of wires if you want to see a lot of wires. I'm just gonna go and save here. I'll show you wires if you want to see wires. See, now this is a lot of wires. Look at that. And there's a whole second layer in here with more wires and more things and more whatever. And all it does is drive a display, a clock, basically. It tells time. Whee! Let's hop back to tic-tac-toe. I think we actually got most of the complicated stuff for it done now, because now we know what button has been pressed, and we know when a button has been pressed. And if we just take that circuit here and move it down, then we also know which player's turn it is. So I'm just gonna do a quick drawing of this so that I don't have to run up and down all the time when we are building this downstairs. Quick drawing here, very rough, doesn't have to be particularly pretty, as this is just going to be, okay, so we're going to have a power input. Power is going to go there, 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 and there. Output of this is going into the signal of that. Output of that going into signal there. This one goes there and there. And this one is then signal 1. And this one is then signal 2. And this one crosses like this. Like this. Okay. Let's go build it, I guess. Oh, hold on. Have I messed up? Because they only have one game board. Oh, we designed the circuit wrong. No. No. Oh, damn it, Astro, you idiot. So we don't have play. Oh, we do have player 1, player 2, don't we? Don't we? We just know like our button is pressed, and then we assume it's the next player turn, because we just have now any button is pressed. We just know that any button is pressed. And then we just need to turn these slides. We just basically need one pulse. Oh, okay. Duncan, you sent me a screen thing like a while ago. Hold on, let me go and find that again. Do I still have that in my history here? Well, that's a lot of wasted time. Basically, I think we could get away with this instead. Okay, we're gonna build another test wall here. Well, if nothing else, I have this on paper now, and of course I've been live streaming this, so I can always go back and see how I built this if we ever need this circuit again. So I kind of see that as a... So basically this one needs the power input, that's fine. Then it needs a... It's gonna need a switch. I was gonna build it very rough. A inverter. What else? And then 2 more switches. And they're pointing like this and like this. And what do they do for power? For power, they put power into there, there, I'm gonna flip these around so that we get output on the outside, because that means I can put power like this instead. Oh, did I? So signal is going to both this one and this one. Is that right? Am I reading this right? Let's just check the diagram. They have an actual diagram of it. Yeah, okay. So signal is going to both those. That's fine. So basically, we should be able to say signal wire here. Signal wire goes in there. And then outputs are player 1, player 2, player 1, and player 2. So what happens when I press the button? Now it's player 2 turn. Oh, hold on. I need to... give me a second here. I need to cut that wire. So now it's... have I not? I did not connect that right. Oh, so when this one is on... Okay, so we're not quite good. Okay, got it. So our effort wasn't completely wasted here. That's at least something. But luckily this I know how to build. Okay, so we have the 2 players. And we're gonna need whoops. Gonna need a thing there. And a thing there. Thing. Oh, that was wrong. Thing there. Oh, actually, there, there, and there. And there, and there, like so. We're gonna need some power. Power goes there, and there, and there, and there, and there. This one connects over to this one, like so. This one does the loopy-loop. Whoa, what happened there? And then the signal. This one turns off when this one turns on. And actually this one is redundant. Yes, that one there is redundant. We can save a wire by doing this. So this is our signal pulse that somebody pressed the button. And the only other thing that we need is we're going to use it as a switch very quickly, very, very straightforward, and turn on player 1. Okay, so now player 1 is on. We can turn that off and player 1 should stay on. Yes, it does. We're just going to need some diodes, but when I press this, it should swap player. Fuck. Oh, lol, what did I do wrong? Okay, signal goes in there. Well, maybe those weren't redundant as I thought. Try to put them back in. The ones I just deleted before. I'm out of ionized cobalt. I should have some spares in here. Maybe these weren't redundant after all. Oh, it ain't pretty. But let's see if it works. I've messed something up with the wires here. Okay, I'm gonna recheck the wiring here. Is this the signal wire? And this one is supposed to go there and there. It's supposed to go there and there. And these should be the outputs. So this one turns on when the next one in line turns off. When the next one in line turns on. Signal is only allowed in when the previous one is on. Why? It's the exact same one I used before. Yeah, the problem with No Man's Sky electronics is that the power has a finite speed. Why are both of these on right now? Because it's in a second pulse. I'm gonna see if we can salvage this one over here. Yeah, then both of them turns on. Yeah, that's no good. Okay. I thought this would be easy. Stupid me. And a lamp. Okay, let's think. We want one pulse. When the pulse comes in, it should flip-flop it over, right? So we can't get around the fact that I'm gonna need one of those, you know, like, you know, pulse to pulse to permanent signal converters. I'm gonna have to have that. There we go. And this is gonna need permanent power. So that means when a SecretLab comes in, it will turn on and will stay on. But the signal should only be allowed to go into the circuit. So here's the signal coming in. And that should only be allowed to go in if it is off. If it itself is off. So that means we have power that goes to this one, that goes down and turns itself on, but that's only allowed to turn itself on in case that like itself is on. Itself is off, like so. So if I put, yeah, let's build that again up here. Mm-hmm. What we're basically building is like that. Will this work? Just check. Powering on 1. And that should stay on. Send, we should probably actually attach the signal wire. This is way more complicated than it has to be, I feel like. Hmm. Delete this one. So what? Power must be cut when the opposite is on. So when this one is on, power must be cut. And similarly, if this one is on, power must be cut. Okay, we got power, we're gonna initialize it. Ah. Okay, that needs to be inside the circle. Oh, god damn it. I hate it when you spend that whole evening designing a circuit only to realize you designed it for the wrong purpose. Is it on the website dongle? I don't think it is. Ugh. Fair enough. I'm just looking for a way, if somebody's designed already. Oh, we got spam bots again. My brain is hurting. I can't... Should be so simple. So the input, the idea is I'm gonna have a pulse coming in, one pulse, only one input. And that one pulse, when that pulse arrives, it should flip the light from being one to the other. And when the pulse comes again, it should flip it back to the other. So basically, pulse this one, pulse next one, pulse back, pulse forward, pulse forward, pulse forward. And that is proving a little bit more difficult than I thought. Yeah, basically AB toggled by pulse, exactly. So, yada, yada, yada. This one is on. That one is not. If this one is on, that one's not. Blah, blah, power, power. Init pulse. Deselect init pulse. When the pulse comes in there, it toggles that one off. Again, we have that timing issue. No man's sky pulse to toggle. Didn't really give me much. Gated SR latch. Is that what we? That's not what we want. Clock circuit, memory circuit. That is the gated SR latch. We looked at that before. Okay. So I mean, we could generate a clock signal if we need a clock signal. I'm gonna say problem is one input. Most of the flip-flops use one for set and one for reset to toggle. And the toggle flip-flop needs a clock signal. We can generate a clock signal. That's easy. That's basically one item. And we have a clock signal. So can we do something like what circuit? So what do we need? We need to basically say I'm thinking either we need, but the problem is when we use these gates to turn the other one off, then they always delayed, and they turned them off too late, and then they end up both turning off. We've seen that a million times already. And it's the same issue we run into every time, is that whenever we try to, like, we have timing delays because power isn't flowing at infinite speeds. And they flow in cycles of 1 second. So they are often like 1 cycle delayed, the signal. Um, um, Dongle has a link. Let's see the link. Okay. In the T flip-flop, a pulse is provided as an input T. In a T flip-flop, a pulse train of narrow triggers are provided as T. So this is the trigger pulse, which will cause the change of output state of flip-flop. So these flip-flops are also called toggle flip-flops. The circuit diagram for the T flip-flop constructed from an SR latch is shown below. Toggle flip-flop. Can we just maybe see if somebody has been kind enough and made that already for us? So if we go like No Man's Sky, toggle, No Man's Sky T flip-flop. General one-way signal. This is a very simple clock that generates one tick pulse while the power is switched on. That's that one. Expandable pulse sequence generator, also known as delay. Yeah, okay, these are those delays, that's fine. Can we just, because this made a lot here, can we just find advanced logic circuit JK/T flip-flop. This is a toggle flip-flop with an SR non-NOR latch. Q is the top input, it's the bottom input. Q is always the opposite of every time a 2-tick pulse goes through the input, the output is toggled. As a bonus, if you separate the inputs, the two outputs also get so how does this work? He has two switches here. Are all of these going up to that latch there? Is that how this has been? I could use a prop. This is a really bad diagram. Oh, look, he made a 7-segment display as well. Yeah, he had a similar approach as me. So he has the one there. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It's similar to the one I made. I can't make heads or tails in of this thing. Does this one go all the way up to this one? It must, because all of these are pointing upwards. So these are not connected in any way, are they? Because these are all signals. No, these are just... red boxes are outputs. But all these does is just say this is not, and. This one, that's not gonna work. No, man. Keeps mishitting that. No Man's Sky. Logic gates. Yes, I know how the logic gates are, but I... Okay, here we go. So we're gonna need... Which circuits did we need? We need a... Or is it... There, we need an AND. Yeah, an AND is just... Hold on, let's just quickly have this here. Let's try to build this. So we need 2 AND gates, right? What is it? What is CLK? A toggle input T connects the common blah 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 blah. Is that power? CLK? Ah, clock. Okay, we're just gonna have a constant clock then. That's gonna be power then. But why do he have 3 inputs into this? This is an AND gate. So does this mean this, and this? Oh, and this is this one, which is a NOR gate. Three inputs is click. Yeah. Oh, clock. How are these two different? some stuff going on there. Some crossing the lines there. So if we just need to make AND gates, that's easy, right? Because that's just a single one. Okay, let's try this. We can build this. This shouldn't be too difficult. So we need 2 of these here. And 2 of these here, right? These are basically our first, these 2 here together. It's gonna be our AND gates. Because these are just gonna be connected there, there. And the output's only gonna be true if that one, and that one is all true. One of them... what am I doing? Astro, click the right things. There we go. One of them is just going to be power. That's going to be our quote-unquote clock. Right? So that's our clock pulse going into it. Then we need the signal to come into this as well. So this is the signal, the toggle pulse. Yeah. And we have one more here we need to connect, but we need to come back with those later. So for now, let's just build the 2 NOR gates, right? And we had an example of a NOR gate here. Oh, that's easy. So a NOR gate is just basically this. Let's put that there when we have plenty of space, and let's flip that like so. Okay. And how do we need to connect that up? Oh, what did it say? Constant power? Okay, we need constant power in. Like there, right? That's constant power in. And then the 2 signals that needs to be connected to it is the output of the opposite one and output of the opposite and the signal coming out of our AND gates. So the signal's going in. So we have a signal coming out of our AND gates that goes in there. Signal goes in there. But this also connects down there. And this also connects up there. And then this one powers on there and there. But the output of these also goes back into that, into its own AND gate. Right? So this one also goes back into its own AND gate. Yeah. See what happens when we press the button. And once again, we get into that blinking, and that's that signal delay. That's because it doesn't run. No, it's not feedback. There's no feedback. Where's the feedback? The problem is that delay, that each of these things takes a second, and they come out of sync with each other. into the NOR gates. Yeah. So oh, it has diodes on each input. Yeah, okay. What I need... Hold on, give me a second. I need to think about this. If we say that... But then it can't turn on if that... Ooh, maybe I have an idea. Hold on. What if we do this? We've done these things before here. I have an idea. What if we do something like this, right? Where we say, like, each lamp has like a thing, and it has one of these things. Oh yeah, I pointed these the wrong way. There's gonna be a wire mess. Hold on. You can always see now. So if we do this. There we go. So then we say this one goes there. This one goes up here, goes back, feeds into itself. This one goes there, feeds back into itself, and feeds into the lamp. There and there, and both of this one gets power there, and this one gets power there. Okay, that's basically it. And what we do now is we say the signal what do we say? Oh, I'm just going to move my power wires a little bit. Again, to keep this neat. There we go. So the signal can come into each of these, but it can come in 2 different ways. All of these are going to have power. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. These are going to be signal inputs. Delete the wall. Good. All of these are signals. And these signals, so this is basically the signal going in and saying, there we go. So this means when this one is on, the signal is allowed to go in here. With it on and we get a signal, we power it off. If we do not get a signal, we power it on. If we do get a signal, we power it off. If we do not get a signal, we power it on. I know the wires is a bit of a mess here. So all we need to do now is we need to just activate it. So if I activate this one, why does both of them turn on? That was not supposed to happen. Oh, feedback. Okay, this was a feedback problem this time. They feedback through these. Okay. So if the signal wire runs in as a signal only, and power runs in as power only, if we do not get a signal from ourselves, we power on. That one powers off. That one's powers off. That one powers on. And this one okay, we press the button. Fuck. This one's on, so we get a signal. Oh, because this one is constantly on. Ha! Turn that off, of course. Try again. I think I need to go and think about something else for a while because, oh my god, I'm not getting anywhere right now. This is getting quite frustrating. But this is kind of the same thing with the clock. I spent like 50% of the time for the clock was designing one circuit. And then I had like 40% of the time was just build time. Yeah, maybe make first the output. We could start with the output. We could start with the output. Yeah, let's go and build on the display instead. That seems like a bit of a more fun thing to do right now. So I'm just going to begin to wire up the 7-segment display, or not 7, but the display here basically, and then... So the idea is to just wire them up. Whoops. So they only have to run one wire. So basically I want to wire them up like this. And that means I just need to run one wire that either powers on the X or it powers on the circle. So this is the set for the X. This is the set for the circle. And this should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, this is a lot easier, I agree. I just need to wire this up correctly, then we should be good. Oh. And not make stupid mistakes like that. Almost done. Now, both the X... So basically now we have 9 times 2 separate displays up here, right? Because each of these blocks is now 2 displays. Either it can power on an X. Let me just make an example here. They can either do an X like so, or they can do a circle like so. So let's see how that looks from down here. That's okay, I think. I mean, it works. It's not the prettiest, but it works. You can kind of see what's going on. It's functional, exactly. So we need to isolate these in such a way that we can send in a pulse, and then these will be powered on permanently. And I guess we could do that down here. As all I guess we would need would just be like, I would just go do it for the X's. Right? And we already have power out here, so we can just go and run power to all of them. Now they have power. And then they need to just keep themselves online, like so. There we go. And these just, if this is for the X's, then they just need to be connected to an X. This one needs to be connected to an X. Oh, hold on, was it the right? No, it was this X up here. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wire mess, but I think that's hard to avoid. The last one. So if this works the way I hope, I should be able to now just put down a button here, and we're going to just pretend that that is a signal coming in to turn on, let's see, the center X. Put that in on the signal side there. Ooh, have I made a mistake here? I have made a mistake here. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Because I think we're going to have some feedback now. So it worked. As you can see, it turned on the X even after the button has been released. And we can even go as far as actually completely deleting that button, and it will still have turned on the X, and the X will be staying on, and it will stay on until somebody goes and saying they're going to reset the game by toggling this off and back on again. But the problem you see that we had was that when this one was on, it was sending power back, and it's not allowed to do that. So we actually need a second layer. So we're gonna, how are we gonna do that? We're gonna do this like this here. Give me a second. Exactly, we just need to add a buffer in between. It's pretty straightforward. Just gotta add walls here to work as a buffer. Oh, these are in front. Oh, that's no good. Hold on. Okay, new plan. Oops. I deleted the wire I shouldn't have deleted. There we go. So we can keep all these, but if we just delete the wires, that should be fine. I know what, it's probably going to be easier just to replace all these, because it's going to take a while to delete all those wires. Ah, great vacation. Came home today. Oops. And now we're playing some No Man's Sky. Okay. So that wall there should be in line with them. Yeah, that's better. Like that. And that means that we now can power. We can now begin to run power for this. It's always difficult to work in these narrow spaces. So power for those. Power for these. And power for all of these. So now these out here can be the ones that keep themselves alive with... Oh, not like that. They keep themselves alive like this. There we go. And now these can connect up to the displays up here. Over here on the output side. And the last one. There we go. Okay, so now we should have no wires poking through. That's a lot cleaner. Why is one of them on? Okay. That is better. So now all we need is just to connect these two layers. Like, this one needs to go into this one. 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 And there. Okay. So with with that, that means now we can just take signal wires into here. Should we just check that it's working the way we expect it to? You know, for good measures. So we're just going to put down a temporary button here. Plug some power into it. And then that signal is going to go into the signal port. Oops. There. And that should mean when I click this button, we should see that X here on this display should turn on. We should have no flow back, so there's no feedback on the wire. That's good. And we should have a permanent X up on that display. Let's just go and check. Yes, so you can see now there's no power running back towards this button, which is what I wanted. But the X stays on even though we only pressed the button once. And that means now we can just basically send pulses into each of these 9 displays over here. They will turn on the corresponding X. Those X's will stay on until we decide to reboot the game. But the problem now is, here's another thing we haven't thought about. When... Oh, I need more live support. When an X is on, it should not be allowed to turn on an O. We should have made all of this. We should have made that inside instead of out here. Yeah, we could just interlock the whole thing with like another layer with an inverter. Thinking. I kind of want that functionality in there. So what if I just put another wall up here and here? And then, because right now these are just fine, right? We just set the signal in there. So what if we say signal comes into the X, but if the O is already online, it should not even be allowed to go further. Do we need that layer then? What if we remove that second layer, the one closest to the building? And just say signal comes in. No, then we're going to get flow back. That's no good. So that actually needs to be the last layer. Lots of learning by doing here. You know what, I'm also gonna reroute some of this. Gonna reroute that and that wire a little bit later. So what we're gonna do in here instead on this layer, I'm gonna need more cobalt at some point. There we go, right? So basically, if it's on over there, it's not going to be allowed to run through. So all these signals is going to be whatever it is over on the O side of it. So let's just check it with, test it with one, right? So we're just going to wire up one of them. Let's just rerun that power cable in a slightly more sensible way. Now, where were the power for this? Oh, right. Hold on. This is stupid. God damn it. Everyone do us there, there, and there. Okay. Why do we not have any power over here? It's because this cable is missing. Nope. Not that cable. This cable. There, that's missing. Okay. Power, power everywhere. Here, here, and not here yet. Power this, power this. And power there. Okay. So that means... Hold on, did I mess this up? Yes I did. Hold on. I don't need to power these, because they are of course going to be daisy chained into that one over there. There we go. Because that means that we can then run power from there to there. Because then when a signal happens, that signal goes into this one, but it will only go through if the other one is not online. There we go. Okay. Apart from the fact that I can't make up my mind which side I want the cables on. Jesus Christ, Astro. So you can see sometimes I put it on the right side and sometimes on the left side. All these four down there is no good. There we go. Now I have generally tried to make it in such a way that when you have switches like this, that the right side when looking at the switch is input and the left side is output. That's why I'm doing from right to left like this, so that I'd always know that's the input side, this is the output side, because this output side now here can then go and plug in to the signal port on these. Output to signal. Signal, output. Signal to output. Come on. There we go. Okay, let's make a test, because tests are good. We're gonna pretend this is the center one, center O. The center O is then gonna go and plug into there, right? And this is then the signal that wants to turn the O's X on, and that's gonna go into the signal there. So right now, just to make it a little bit more visual maybe, for Just, you know, for the prettiness. So this one goes to the center O, which is there. So now you can see the O is on. And when I press the button to try and turn the X's O on, nothing happens. But if the O is not on, and I press the button, then the X turns on. Nice. That means that should now be done, and that side of the display, at least the X side of the display, is working now. But it still means that if you are a player and you're trying to put a invalid input in, you're just gonna forfeit your turn, basically. If you're dumb enough to try and put one over another player, well, your turn you just lost your turn. Hey, son. So basically, we could do the same thing on the opposite side, but the problem is I think I'm running a little low on cobalt. Ionized cobalt. Need to go and mine some more because we're gonna use a lot more of these these circuit things. Oops. There we go. Just buy oxygen, refine cobalt with oxygen. Does cobalt make more cobalt out of oxygen? I know it does it with salt, but let's try it. Okay, let's just go and get some. Do I have any cobalt on me at all? I have ionized cobalt, but not normal cobalt. Go and get that. Oh, right, yeah, we can refine. Okay, should have thought of that. But we're at the cave entrance now. Let's just. Mining. The hotter the mining laser is, the faster it's mining. So I'm really trying just to balance the heat here so that we're not overheating, but that we keep it as hot as we can. That's why you see me just turn it off for a few seconds now and then. There should have been a decent amount of cobalt. Almost 1,000 cobalt right there. Let's try to go back up and see if we could refine it with oxygen. Ionized refined into... Okay, great. I rebuilt some of my base here, so I just need to build these refineries again. Portable refinery. There we go. Medium refineries. Oh, I'm low on sodium nitrate. Hold on. For the large refinery. I did build an oxygen farm, and I've also demolished it, but I have a fair amount of oxygen in reserve. Okay, let's see if this works. Exosuit. Cobalt oxygen becomes ionized cobalt. So here, okay, so you got... So here we got two cobalt to one ionized, but if we add oxygen into the mix, then we get, instead of getting half, we get almost more than twice. So we get like 4 times as much ionized. Okay, let's start that process there. And then over here, let's just get some more oxygen. What happens then if we put ionized cobalt in here and mix with oxygen? we get more ionized cobalt. So basically, we're just going to turn all our cobalt into ionized cobalt. And then once everything has been turned into ionized, then we can return it back into normal cobalt. Or is it iron? Hold on, is it ionized we need for the building things, for the switches? It is ionized cobalt. Look at that. We actually need the ionized. Because these are the two switches we make. And those are both ionized. So we do need ionized. And not normal cobalt. But you can see all this one is already the first 100 switches we made here. Because we use 15 per switch. Oh, keep going. Why did you stop? Oh, it reached the limit. It reached the limit. This one's limit is much higher for some reason. Racking up some decent money here too. This one's almost done. Oh no, that's not true. Keep the oxygen in here. And then just take the ionized. And make into more ionized cobalt. There we go. Yes, we could start these two as well. It would be slightly faster, but oh, we'll make... This will do for now. I also have a little bit of chromium, chlorine lying around, just in case. But I also think I have enough money. I have 300 million, so that should be fine for now. I think once these two processes here is done, we should have enough ionized cobalt for a noticeable amount of time. I'm gonna stop the process here because this one is already plenty. So how much ionized did we end up getting? There we go. That is enough for now. How many switches can we make now? Almost 200. We're probably going to run out of ferrite dust first. But ferrite dust is extremely easy to find. But 200 switches should be enough for now. So we'll just go and do a quick save. I haven't saved in a while. Tic-tac-toe. Okay. We could go, we could, whoops, oops. I'm planning to make an underwater base here as well, just because it's so pretty. But that's gonna be once I'm done with the tic-tac-toe game. Okay, I'm just looking at this again because I think maybe I got an idea. So I just want to see if it still works the way I remember it did. So I'm just gonna put down a number of switches here, and then pull a wire here. So okay, so now player 1 is on, and we have a pulse on player 1. Nothing happens. If we make a pulse on player 2, it swaps over to player 2. Okay. But the problem is, we just need to find a way to concatenate these two signals. And we could basically just say that so we just need one signal, right? So we can delete this one and say, look at this. If we just take this one here, yeah, and place this here. Just put this one there and this one there, right? And then we say the signal goes in there and there, and the signal is only allowed to run into this one if that one is on, and it's only allowed to run into this one. So if clear, no, hold on. Was it like this? Nope, that's not it. So was it the opposite way? Yeah, that's it. There we go. This is it. Now we just need to make it a little bit easier to like read. But this circuit will do it. See, it helps go out and do something else for a while. I'm just going to draw this so that I have it. Because I'm going to need this. Output 1, output 2. And we're just going to draw this real quick. Yeah, I'm going to keep it on the wall for now. I'm just going to draw it. And once we have it confirmed working in the basement, then we can begin to dismantle this. So we have another one here. Looks like that. And one here that looks like that. This, yes. This one is connected there. This one's there. 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 And this one goes... Wow, this is a bit of a mess. We have a power input that powers this one, this one, this one, and this one. Then this one goes into the inverter on crosses over, and this one crosses over to the inverter on the other side. And the only thing we now need is the signal input handling. Which has the signal going in there and going in there. And the output of this going in there, and output of this going in there, and that one connects up there, and this one connects up there. Okay, I got it. Let's go down and try to build it. There we go. That should be all of that. Then we need some power. Like so. And let me see, have I forgotten anything? We need a signal. And the signal was... We're just gonna continue this wire over here. Because this was our signal wire. And the signal wire goes in up there. And down there. And then the output of this goes in there. And the signal side of these are connected over here. And that means that now we have this one representing player 1 and this one representing player 2. And we have the initialization pulse here. Which we're gonna just plug in there. And that should turn on player 1. Now we can run these back. Here. And then we just need the 2 lamps up there. Let's just connect these out here on the side. So here we have player 1. And here we have player 2. Okay. Now, if this is working, when I restart this, I should see player 1 light up. Will you look at that? He did! And when I press a button, any button, it didn't flip. Okay, why is it not flipping? I mean, we can see the signal pulse. It's turning on there. That's this wire right there. That's the signal pulse. For that a button has been pressed. Which seems to run correctly into the circuit. But why is it not working then? Oh, oops. That was not what I wanted. But it kind of solved the purpose. You're just going to check. This one's still working, right? Yeah, that seems to work. At the end, you will have 9 buttons, and each has to switch player after pressed right. Yeah, but this wall here, if you look at the wire there, like this wire that I'm standing on top of right now, if you look at that wire, whenever I press a button, that wire blinks. And even though it looks like they're connected there, they're not. They're just overlapping. So you can see there, it blinks. Blinks. And that should be this equivalent to the me blinking this one, right? No, but it's not a feedback thing. You can see there are no feedbacks here. We should be fine. I just must have made a mistake in the diagram, so I just wanted to draw it again to make sure that I have it exactly the same and that I didn't miss a wire somewhere. I will have feedback as soon as I wire up the output to the display. No, because the display already has a separation layer. We built separation layers in there. I should be fine. And otherwise, if I need that, I just need to have a separation, then I got an output. But the separation layer should be fine out here. I think we're okay. And it's going to be these wires that's going to drive the display anyway, the ones going through this wall. This one is just basically going to be used to just power on the light. And later on, we're going to use to figure out whether it's going to go to the... like, we're gonna take all these wires and we're going to say, okay, so you press the button. Is this going to go to the O or to the X side, right? That's the next step, is to take the output from this and use it to determine whether this one goes to O or X. But I just want to figure out what it is. And I'm just going to remove some redundant buttons here that doesn't do anything. Like that one and that one. And then we can connect the power directly to this one. And then we can make an init pulse there. And this should still work. Press it again. Yeah, this still works. Okay. So let's draw this again. We have a squiggly thing there. there, there, and there, 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 and there. Yes. This one here goes to power. And this signal carries on to there. And there. The output of these crosses over into the inverters. I'm not sorry, the signal crosses over to the signal in the inverter. It's actually pretty weird. How does that work? Yeah, okay. Oh, power is also there and there. Up here, we have signal. Same thing up there. Ah, I spotted the mistake. I spotted the mistake. I put these output wires to the power on its own side. But these needs to be output on the opposite side. So this one needs to run all the way out here. Down here. And into that. And this one then needs to run all the way out here. Up here. And into that. Okay, let's see if that was it. I think that was the mistake I made. So now we can press a button. And everything turns off. Fuck. Okay. Reset. Another mistake somewhere? Yeah, likely. Okay, let's go. Been drawing it again now. Let's go and check out the cabling here if that actually is the same. Let's see. This one goes up there, yes. Check the lower half first, and this one goes to the signal, yes. This one has power. that one, and up to the inverter. Yes. And there are cables missing. Look at that. These outputs there has cables missing. Hey, press the button. Yes! And we should see it's player 1, so we can see there's power on this cable here. And it's player 2. And it switch over to the other one. There we go. That's awesome. Okay, I have the diagrams now twice. So I have them drawn out in hand, and I have this live streamed as well, so I can always go back and watch this, so I have no problems deleting this now. Because realistically, if I ever need it, I will have access to either watch it back as I build it, or just go and look at one of my mini drawings now. Okay, let's just get this thing closed up again, just because. Okay, so that means now what we can do is, now we know which button is being pressed from here, and we know which player turn it is. And that actually means all we have to do now is we need to route all this back, like, I think we're going to be working backwards again. I think it's better that we finish up the displays out there, route it in here, and then we take it from there. So let's go out and let's finish the build out here. Because once we have that done, then we can begin to look into and player signal plus button together and set the right panel input done. Yeah. Because that means we are basically, we could be done with this like within an hour, I think. It was surprisingly easy. I mean, there was this one thing that just took forever for me to build, but everything else was okay. All right, let me just see. Where is our wires right now? That wire there is doing nothing. You wire, you are useless. Be gone. Okay, let's go and let's just basically let's get building. Let's build all the O displays. I was gonna move that one there. That was a little bit misplaced. Okay. Wiring these up should be easy enough. especially if I press the right buttons. We go. First, we are going to... Maybe not. There we go. Now I have actual points where I can put power there, there, there. Oh, that didn't look right. Wire up all the O displays. There we go. That's all wired up. All the bots are going crazy today. Okay, so what did I do here? I set output of these goes into the signal port on those. Okay. So signal to output. Output. So signal. Signal. Output. Output. Signal. Signal. Output. Output. Signal. This is very repetitive work. We need all these to have power. Because you're going to draw power through the different layers. Backwards here. When do I plan to make the locking that X and O's cannot be... as soon as we have this last layer here done, then we're going to do the crossing over to lock the displays in so that they cannot display both at the same time. But we have everything we need for it. We just need to have this, which is just going to be like an isolation layer. That's the one that prevents... So this layer is what prevents feedback. So this whole like 3-wall thing out here is all about display control. And this layer just prevents any signal from flowing back from the display control. So here, what we're going to do is we're just going to start actually by going and putting down a wire there. A wire there, and a wire there, and that goes there, and there, and there. Power for you. You get power, you get power, you get power. Everybody has power. And that one is feeding back into that one. Nice. And that one goes there. Nope, that's not right. Yep, power goes into the power socket. I have messed something up somewhere. Ah, yes, I have. Give me a second here. Lower row is still somehow connected incorrectly. Let's see if that helped. That's better. Okay, so now we just need to connect these layers up. This layer, this one. Wow, this is a bit of a mess. Output there, 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 there. Output there, to there, output there, to there. It's places like this where it's super easy to make a mistake. That's why I like to go out of it, just to look at where the wires are. Just to see if they make just somewhat sense. But that looks about right. Okay. So that means now we're ready to do the whole cross thing to prevent X's and O's to be on the same displays. Right? And the way we're going to do that, is, let me think. Basically, if these are on here, so if this is going to be a mess. If this one is on, the signal on this one should be closed. All right. So if this one is on, signal here needs to be closed. Signal to on there. So signal. Okay, that looks about right to me. It's actually rather pretty, the wiring. Not 100% symmetrical, but it looks okay, I think. Now we just need to do this in the opposite direction as well. So powered on, signal there to the, come on, to the on power there. On power to signal. Power. Yeah. There we go. Now the two sides are interlocking and preventing each other from having the same display being turned on for two different, well, symbols. Let's back in here. And now let's begin to plan how we're going to get these signals connected up. Because what I think I will do, what I had my plan was to simply say, I built, we have plenty of room. We have way more room than we need, so we can be a little sloppy with our spacing here. I'm going to put a wall in, come on, there. Yes. And there. Let me think. So how are we going to do this? What do we need? basically, when you press a button, okay, yeah, okay, I got it. So we're gonna put like 9 of these up again. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And this one is gonna be player 1, right? And player 1, let me see here. We have start pulse, press pulse. This is player 1. So the player 1 pulse is basically going to be powering all of these. Oh, where did that go? Right? So we are only going to allow the player 1 pulse to go through these, though, when the corresponding button is pressed. So let me see. This button here is... Yeah, that's fine. That means this one goes to the signal there. And this one, wow, there, to there, and there, to there. And that means now we can take this signal here and plug that into the signal, and that's going to be our isolation layer there. This one here goes in there. Nope, that's wrong. It's the output. Goes to signal. Signal goes to output. Output goes to... which one was this? This one. Whoa, hello. Goes to signal. Was that right? Yes, it was. And signal to output. Output into the signal. And the signal And come on. Goes to output. Okay, and with that, we should technically now, before we do the O sites, we should technically now have that player 1 can now... Something's up here, just turn that off. Okay, if I press a button now, and it's player 2, nothing happened there. We haven't built the O site. I'm just going to check that all of them works. And that should do nothing. Hey! So far, so good. Oh, oops. They all worked! Now we just need to replicate that on the other side, and then we're pretty much done. Power the game off. X is working confirmed. Now we need to make the Y's. So, player 2 signal. And that's gonna go in there. Okay, we can save ourselves some headaches here by just running these across. Since these should be the same signals. There we go. Okay, free camera mode. Output. Output into signal. Signal. Signal to output. Output to signal. Oh, that is to signal here. There we go. And signal. Signal to output. Output that was wrong. This wire. And last wire. Boom. That should actually be it. All right, let's go and save. And the first test I want to run is essentially just... We have to put an X in first, I guess. Check the O here. Oh, why did that put in an X? They're all putting in X's now. Well, I guess it's easy to know who wins then. All right, let's break up the floor. Let's figure out what's wrong. You should see which wire power's on here. Oh. So it's player 1 now. Oh, I didn't even see the wire. Let's try to click this one. That was the right wire at least. That's also the right wire. So you can see there's the right wires that are powering on down here. So you can see now it's player 2 and I click this one. There's the blue wire that clicks on and off. Player 1 wire. That was right. And now we should have the wire going into that corner over there if I click this one. Okay. So the problem is not here. This seems to be fine. Something is wrong over here. Okay, so what happens here? Yeah, it must be interlocking somehow. But how does that... Because this is a signal wire. So this one goes in here. And that should power that one on. That one then goes into the input here, which is currently... Oh, look at that. These are turned on. Hold on. So if I turn this one off now and turn it back on, we are on player 1 as expected. And if I go out and take a look, I should see all of these being turned off. Yes. So if I click this one for player 1 and this one for player 2. Aha, something's up here. So you can see it does turn these one on correctly. Oh, but now this is an O. What? Now it did print an O. And that print an X. That print an O. X. Oh. Now we got an X. Why do we get an X there? No, that is an O. Sorry. It's not the clearest display in the world. I might want to do something about that if I can. So it's player 1. What happens if player 1 selects the same? What does the display look like now? As expected. Everything looks as expected. So if I try to put in an... Okay, let's try to replicate what we did last time. Last time I said X took that one. O took that one. X took that one. It seems to be working. Oh. It should be an X then. Oh, why did I get 2 there? Maybe the laser's not the best way to press the buttons, I think. Oh, maybe I should turn the game back on. I can't replicate the bug we had before. Yeah, because every test I'm making now seems to work. Oh my god. Let's close this thing back up again. Thank you. GK asks, has this man created tic-tac-toe in No Man's Sky? Yes, I have. What is that so noisy back here? Is it my ship? Should we just quickly build like a place for this, for our ships to land? I should probably remove my ship actually. Just gonna move it out of the way so it's not interfering where I want to build. Oops. Yeah, we're probably gonna do 2. I just need to see how much space I actually need for the landing pads. Okay, I'm gonna need quite a bit more space. I need 1 more row there, and it needs 1, 2, 3, so I need... Okay. Can you edit uploaded bases? Yes, you can. gonna need more space. Probably I move these like this way instead. Yeah, I'm just gonna put a little railing on here for safety. Oh. Oh, we have NPCs landing here already. Hello, NPC. How far am I in the main storyline? Haven't really finished yet. We need to capture a new screenshot. Oh, hold on. But before we capture screenshots, we need to actually go and make sure the game is on. And I think I'm pretty close to finishing the main storyline, but not quite there yet. Hold on, why are there no more power to the grid? I mean, the power line is there. Oh, I must have disconnected it at some point. Oops. There we go. Thank you, Sirius. There we go. So it needs to be something like this, I think. Upload base. There we go. I'm gonna run out of power. Ah. What was it I wanted? I wanted to take a screenshot. Where do we want the sun? Like a nice sunset, like that. Then take it slightly off center, so that we have room to put, like on the right side, we can put some text. Okay, that's the screenshot. Now you just need to figure out what the coordinates for this place is. How do I see the coordinates? Bottom left. Bottom left. Ah, bottom left on screenshot. Okay. Screenshot. Sorry, a screenshot. There we go. Okay, let's just see if we can find the screenshots. We don't need this anymore. Let me just find the screenshot here in a second. Give me a minute. It should be somewhere in the Steam whatever thing, right? Steam view screenshots. Show on disk. And it's on the other side here. Okay. There we go. Now I have the screenshots. Open with GIMP. Open with GIMP. That was the main one. And this one should be the one that hopefully have the coordinates on it. No, it removed the coordinates. Damn it. Can't use that for anything. better visuals, you could power all the outer blocks, which makes O's to a square. Don't get that. You need to be able to enable it in picture mode somehow. Adjust effects. Hide menu. Q and E is to change height, yeah. 1-3 is tilting. Oh, now I get what you're saying. So you say I should take all the outer ones to make the O's easier. Yeah, I've done this specifically because then I have no... then the displays are basically two separate displays and they're not overlapping. Making overlapping displays it's not... It's doable, but it just takes effort. What if can I use the normal... Like... Screw it, I'm gonna make it myself, then. So... That's not a very pretty screenshot. Oh my god, that's crappy. Really, No Man's Sky or Steam or whoever is responsible for this? Ew. What? $4K. That's the most blocky 4K image I've ever seen. Look at that. Yeah. I mean... This one is okay, but that also with my own screenshotting tool. You know what? Screw that. Delete that. I don't want those. Gotta make my own screenshot then. With blackjack. Guess you know the rest. Oh. Oh, we should move the sun to a nice red evening. Take it right around like so. Oh, caps lock. Oops. Ah, nobody's gonna see that anyway. See, now that's a lot better. Much, much smoother. Thank you. Screw you, Steam. So I kind of want to get this out of the corner because I want it somewhere else. So here's what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take and get that slightly cropped out. Like there. And then we're gonna take this, pull this in here. And we're gonna do a little bit of magic on this. Can we... You see how that... What? That's actually not terrible. I think I can do better though. We just go in here to colors. And we go to brightness and contrast. Let's just boost that contrast as much as we can without losing any details. There we go. I know, I have a better idea. We go in and we do it with the levels. Yes, because you have all kind of stuff down here in the dark end. And that just needs to be compressed. See, we can basically make this black, completely black if we just... there we go. That's what I wanted. And then we're gonna go and select all of that. And we're gonna go selection, shrink, let's say... No, they're not different color light blocks. Otherwise, I would have used those. At least I haven't found them if they're there. I'm going to start by shrinking that. I wouldn't do that. That's odd. Well, that will have to do then. I'm just going to get a little bit of this removed because it's a little bit too much border on this one, I think. Right around there is a little bit better. And then we're going to go there, crop to content. We're going to take this, and we can see we can scale this up. It still looks pretty. There we go. Now I'm going to see if we can get rid of that black background in a decent manner. There. And then instead of the black background, basically we're just going to go and select everything here. We're going to grow this selection by, let's say, 10. And then we're going to feather it by, let's say, 50. And we're going to add a shadow layer. Below that. Bucket tool. Why you know bucket tool? There we go. See? Now it has like a shadow around it, which makes it look a lot prettier, I think. So what should we put like text-wise on this if we want to post this around? something like grab a friend, come to whatever this is, right? So we can oops, that was not what I wanted. And play tick tack toe. So what color should we make it? White with a... You can make the text white, maybe. Maybe not the tic-tac-toe. Let's make that a different color that stands out. We can make it red, like a dusted red, maybe, like that. And then we already have the shadow layer, but let's just add a layer for adding borders. Go, select text, grow 5. Is that enough? That should be fine. Go to our border layer, fill that in. What is it with this today? Then we're gonna make a 10 pixel drop shadow on it. Let's make a new layer. Let's call this one drop shadow. Okay, let's try that again. Feather 10. Create new layer. Drop shadow. There we go. That's too much. Just move our drop shadow just a little bit. There we go. What else should we do? Should we put a... Oh, oops, that's not work. That didn't work. I think I'm just gonna, for good measures, we're gonna go into video elements. Nope, we're gonna go into logo and sounds. Logo. Let's get the logo alpha. It's a shame that planet has storms. It doesn't. It's a paradise planet. It doesn't have storms. Oh, wait, I've never seen a storm here. I mean, I've been streaming now for, what, 5.5 hours on this planet, and there has not been a single storm. Oh, oops. And I've spent at least 20 hours on this planet as well, building the clock at the observatory. And there was no storms there either when I did that. So it may be that the game says the storms, I don't know. But in spending something close to, I would say, around 30 hours on this planet, and I haven't seen a storm yet. White text. We're gonna make the first letters like Astro Green. And especially if I could spell my own channel name. Transparent background. Pretty please. But we're gonna use that one, should do it. That looks fine. Oops. Ah, what's happening here? Werkzeug. Transparent. That one. Thank you. Can I make a slide? Oh, that was my logo. Logo, there it is. I'm gonna add a drop shadow to that as well. Or just a normal shadow, maybe. That needs to be feathered more than feathered 50. Just to give it a dark halo like that. And to the name down here, we're just gonna give it a border. Not a big one, but enough that it is... Oh, not that. Enough that it's visible. Right. It used to go down there. Tick. Tack. Toe. No, don't crash on us. Don't crash on me now. Okay, now we just need to crop it in because there's a lot of dead space out here. That I kind of want to get rid of. Come on. Wow, it takes forever to save. Image. Canvas size. Let's make it slightly less wide. And just crop in. Don't want to crop in too much. Just like around there should be fine. Resize. There you go. Grab a friend, come to whatever, and play tic-tac-toe. I like it slightly narrower for social posting, so you have it a little bit more condensed. Okay. Export PNG. Console. Tic-tac-toe. Oh, no, stop that. Banner. Let's put that out there. It's gonna take a while to render. Give it a few seconds. Yeah, it's a pretty fun build. I thought it would take longer actually, but there was pretty much just the player selection circuit that was causing issues. The rest of it was pretty straightforward, to be honest. And now people can come here, they can play tic-tac-toe if they want to. That should be fun. No, I didn't make it. Oops. I'm not sure if I'm in multiplayer. Maybe I should actually just quickly check. Hold on. Options. Network options. Multiplayer enabled. Can join my group is invite only. Voice chat is disabled. Text chat is friends only. No PvP. Can add base parts. No one. Can delete base parts. Is no one. I locked it down pretty hard because it gets annoying people like running around when you're trying to stream. I'm just going to be sure that the final upload of the base is the game is at its... There we go. And earlier today, I also went in and edited my other base here with the clock, so that there was too many parts in it. So I stripped it down so that I got less than those 3,000 parts. So now that the clock has been uploaded as well, that means you can go over to Astro's Observatory. And you can just see the clock over there as well, which is on the same planet. And my plan is to just keep building like weird electronic things on this planet. Oh, there we go. We did get hey, Solid. Solid is here. See if he wants to play. Solid, if you're in chat, can you press the buttons? Does that not work for you? Is it only... The first 3 hours was just me smacking my head against the wall trying to figure out that player selection thing. I'll make an opening for tic-tac-toe then. There you go. It's your turn. Oh, I can't... Because on my screen you haven't pushed anything. Well, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? Do we have to be in a group maybe for it to work? Okay, I'll try to reset it. It's a bit sad if you can't actually multiplayer. I should probably check that beforehand to see that. I just assumed that if we were both here, we pushed the button, that it would actually register. Because I can press a button. Might work better with 2 PC players. Maybe. I don't know. Oh well. Even if it doesn't actually work as multiplayer, it's not synced. Aww. It was still pretty fun to build. I'm really happy I built it. It was really, really enjoyable. And a fun challenge to make. Oh, what happened to the game? Game is not happy. Yeah, Star Citizen 30K. There we go. Oh well. Now we just need to figure out, like, what's the next thing to build. Now I built a clock and I built a tic-tac-toe game, so you can now play tic-tac-toe. I was considering like something like Snake or something very simple like that. Doom in No Man's Sky. Yeah, Pac-Man. Yep. Maybe, yeah. The problem is for something like Pac-Man, we have to begin to work with color displays. Do you know about the sphere creator? I have seen it, yes. I haven't really played around with it. Are the sphere creators programmable? Might have to go and play around with the sphere creators at some point. But I mean, it needs to be something that has an absolute minimum amount of logic to it. But yeah, Pong maybe. It doesn't necessarily have to be a game. Doesn't have to be a game. The thing with games are they very quickly become very logic intensive. Big sign. Damn, Howard. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to think about what next thing. I'll probably at some point I'll do a video on this just to showcase it. Just because it would be fun to do or something. I think to go and. I mean, I like these logic things in No Man's Sky. A huge neutron cradle. I don't even know how would you make anything like moving. I might have to play around with seeing what else we can kind of interface with. I mean, it could also be something battleships. Yeah. I could make a small version of battleships. I don't want to do like a full, I don't know how big the normal battleships is. But we could do a small version of battleships. I was thinking maybe doing something simple like a racetrack or something. Connect 4 would actually work too. And that would actually be fun, right? Because it's very similar to tic-tac-toe, where you're just gonna have a player selector. We're gonna have the same player selector as we have here. And then instead of having a grid, we just have a line with maybe 8 different inputs. And then you only have to figure out that when people press, they need to go down a line and then figure out how far down should that piece fall before it stops. But I think that should be doable, right? Because then you just as I did with the tic-tac-toe, you make an area for display handling. So you basically just send the input saying, this player sends this column in. And then the display just needs to figure out how far down it goes, and it's basically just a lot of like AND or gate, ANDs or not gates, right? Because basically just go down. Can it be in the first one? you go down until you have one below you that allows to go into, and then boom, there you go. But I would need 2 colors, yes. So I have to begin to. So in order for tic-tac-toe to work, Connect 4, I would require 2 colors, yeah, for it to make sense. But there are smaller lamps that comes in different colors. They're not as big as the blocks. The reason why I like the blocks is because they're very easy to set up. They look pretty. Because they naturally clip into a grid. But we might have to do it with just 2 lights that are very close connected to each other, in order to make a different color display. But what could be fun, like if you wanted to build a racetrack. I'm just thinking here for the racetrack. You could do something like you have these pressure plates that when you press on one of these plates, it sends a signal. So you could make like a start line and a finish line, and then have when you touch the pressure plate, a clock is starting above it, and then you have to drive around, and when it comes back, the clock stops again, right? Or maybe just have like the lights, the red, then the yellow, green. And then when it hits green, then the clock starts ticking, tick, 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 tick. And then you have to drive around the track. And when you drive across the finish line, we could have pressure plates in there. And those pressure plates could be used to detect when you finish. Oh, right. Okay, red. Okay, is it red, green? Maybe it's only red, green. I can't remember. There's like they have like a number of different lights where I think they count down to green. But building, like I already built a clock, so I have a decent amount of experience with that. And I know how we could. I mean, that would be a pretty easy build. And if we wouldn't have to be counting up minutes and stuff like that, we just do total seconds and then say, well, the track's not going to be that long that you can't complete it in, let's say, less than 100 seconds. We can't do clocks more accurate than 1 second. That is the lowest. I think you know what? That's gonna be my next thing. I'm gonna make a racetrack with like pressure plates, and you could drive around them, and there's gonna be like a time trial thing you can go and do, and then encourage people to come and see if they can do it faster, and then post their own times, stuff like that. It could be super fun, I think. Again, space elevators, how are we doing moving things? I haven't figured out if there's a way to move things in the game. Unless we could do something with the teleporter so that you glitch into the next teleporter as your teleporter, you just go upwards through teleporters somehow. That could maybe work. I don't know if we can. I don't know what would happen if we glitch 2 teleporters on top of each other. Then maybe we can't do a space elevator that way. Will I light up the pressure plates? I don't know if they have lights. Using the racetrack. I think that automatically times through checkpoints. Oh, there is already a thing in game. Okay, if there's already a racetrack indicator, like for checkpoint, then I don't want to build that. Then maybe the space elevator would be a more fun build to do. If we can find a way to make that work. It's gonna have to be one mighty high thing that we are building. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna be. I think I'm gonna go and get some sleep now, and I'm gonna be posting this picture tomorrow somewhere. You can go and check it out if you haven't already. You can screenshot now so you can see the location. A Goa'uld pyramid. Yeah. But anyway, that's going to be today. I really hope you enjoyed it. I have a ton of fun. I was really, really fun building this. And I'm definitely going to do more builds at some point in the future. Next live stream is going to be tomorrow. And normally I would start at like 7 GMT. But I might start early tomorrow. I'm planning to try and get on as soon as I can after update 3.17. Let's try that again. After update 13 hits in Elite Dangerous, I'm gonna be jumping in and playing. There's supposed to be something happening. Frontier's making a huge deal out of it. I have no idea what it is, but if everything goes to plan, there's gonna be some special paint jobs up for grabs. That, again, some of those special ones that can't be bought, stuff like that. Is it the Athemus Saga ending tomorrow? Yes, it is. There is supposed to be. So basically, the whole Proteus weapon thing is gonna be fired tomorrow, and we don't know what the outcome of it is. Frontiers make a huge deal out of it. They've been posting about it for weeks on social media, just encouraging that everybody who follows Elite, who's not living under a rock, must have seen something about the Athemus Saga ending tomorrow. What it is, I don't know. But I feel like with the amount of time and effort they put into publicity for this, it's a little bit more than a Galnet article. Yeah, I mean, okay, if they make such a huge deal out of it, I mean, they're posting 2-3 times a day about it at the moment. And if all it is a bunch of dead Thargoids and a Galnet article, that's gonna be that's gonna be a new, like, one thing is making lackluster content, and another thing is trying to overhype it, because that would be overhyping it. But we will see. I think it's more than a Galnet article. I have a hard time seeing Frontier putting that much effort into making so much publicity around it that they're not just gonna, I don't know, do nothing with it. So yeah, but anyway, as I said, I'm gonna be live streaming probably a little early tomorrow, and we're gonna see what it is. I don't know. It may be it's gonna be a very short live stream. If there's really nothing in there, then we're just gonna go and look at what's there, kill some Goids if there's still any left. And if not, well, then it might be a short live stream. But as I said, that's good for today. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. I had fun. Very nice casual live stream. And I hope I will see you guys in space.